Well, very good morning to you from a very mild, lovely autumnal morning here in sunny Suffolk. Welcome to the home of Team Mildenhall, home of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, the 352nd Special Operations Wing, and the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron that are also based here. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How are we all doing? My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Welcome to the Nook campsite, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Not only is it a campsite, but John's Field, as it's known as well, offers an opportunity with a very small fee to be able to come and spot, do some aircraft viewing, and it is amazing. It's just £2 per person as you walk in. So this is the Nook campsite, and it's actually available to non-residents, if that makes sense. So you don't have to be actually staying here. Although you can stay here, there's caravans, tents, and caravans with awnings, motorhomes. Give them a try if you are looking for caravanning or camping, plane spotting adventure. The Nook campsite, like I said, for just £2 per person. There are toilets provided. There's designated toilets for aircraft viewers. There's a big field here, huge field. There's no food facility, so you'd have to bring your own packed lunch, things like that. And there's no well, I can't see any bins or anything, but take it home with you, take your litter home with you. Keep it clean, keep it mean, keep it lean. Sweet and neat, as we say on the Ted Coningsby channel. Again, same rules apply. The infrastructure, the vicinity is still MOD property, so please don't touch the fence and climb it. If you are spotting here, you will be able to take advantage of the trailer there, that you can get a more elevated view. I think it's brilliant, just £2, isn't it, per person. And you pay on arrival as you come in. Do adhere to the times, because the plane spotting times, there are times for that. It's not 24 hours or anything like that. So, based here at Mildenhall, well, we'll start with this on our screens here. Now, the 352nd Special Operations Wing, the flying component is the 752nd Special Operations Group. Now, the flying squadrons are as follows. The 7th Special Operations Squadron, and they fly this, the CV-22 Osprey. We've also got, as part of the group, the 67th Special Operations Squadron. Now, they fly two aircraft, the MC-130J Commando 2, which acts almost like a tanker as well for the Ospreys, as well as its own nighttime special operations, along with the C-146 Wolfhound that they have in their inventory as well. Now, it wouldn't be Mildenhall, of course, without the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. Once upon a time, they were the 100th Bombardment Squadron. That's right, you know, as the bloody 100th. It's still their nickname today. Only one of the four squadrons survived, the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, and they fly the KC-135. The nose art that were once on the B-17s, the Square D, to indicate the 100th Bomb Group of the 3rd Air Division. It's still on the KC-135, so they've applied the heritage, the nose art that was once on their brave men's B-17s, and of course flying proudly the Square D, which was at Station 139, the Square D. It hit home when I went to the 100th Bomb Group Museum, because we're always seeing the Square D here, and when you see it in its historical context, in its museum of where they once were it hits home. And of course the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron as well, that fly a various variants, that's kind of, yeah, of RC-135s. They got a variety of them that come and go here, from Combat Sent to Constant Phoenix and all this kind of wonderful stuff, along with a classic Rivet Joint as well. Of course, those are the flying components. There are, of course, a variety of roles, such as the 100th Logistics Readiness Squadron, the 48th Medical, who are at Lakenheath. They also look after the men and women, the personnel. There's a lot here. You know, it's not just about the flying. You've also got the communications. You've got the ground. There's all sorts of roles that play a major part. There's the scheduling as well for all the flights. You've got the 100th Maintenance Group. You've got the 100th Mission Support Group. You've got Air Mobility Command, part of the 18th Air Force, the 521st Air Mobility Operations Wing as well. You've got Air Mobility Squadron, 727th. You've also got the Air Force Special Operations Command, AFSOC, which is pretty much the core of the Special Operations Wing, the 352nd. Air Combat Command as well, with the 55th Wing's 95th Reconnaissance Squadron as well. You've got intelligence squadrons here as well, the 488th, the 363rd Intelligence, Surveillance and Reconnaissance Wing. This, I mean, the list is endless here, and it's amazing, isn't it? We see aircraft, we think pilots and crew, but there's a lot that goes on the ground. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies and teddy bears, and if we get lucky we may see this CV-22 Osprey. It's although based here, always strikes a bit of luck when you do get to see them. A nice chilled out vibe here at Mildenhall. So I love coming here. It's such a nice, relaxed vibe, even if we just get the one. I hope we're all good. It's a great place just to bring a chair and just relax and just see what happens after a day at Lakenheath. Completely different overdrive, but you know, don't forget, this is not only the gas stations of the sky here, you've also got all the bad boys and bad girls of the special ops. They're here, and it's always nice to see the heavies do some maneuvers that we are so used to seeing on the fighter jet scene, when they do touch and goes, low approaches, really sharp turning go arounds and run and brakes that look like your coffee's going to end up back in the car where it started. And of course Mildenhall is prone to receiving some exotic aircraft here and there, so watch this space. So I love coming here and waiting and just relaxing and just seeing what we're going to get. And if you just joined us, welcome. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. You've been clear, touch and go on the like button. Yeah, so your in-stream checklist. Don't forget to hit the like button. You've been clear, touch and go on that like button. Give us a thumbs up. And do join us. Give the subscribe button a low approach. in case you haven't subscribed to our wonderful channel, our military aviation channel. Ted Coningsby, going places, reaching skies that I didn't think would ever happen. Welcome to our regular Stuart Skeggs, Alan Burden, Renko de Ray, Wee Stevie Boy, Davey, Marco Baxter, Mayhem Marshy, Captain A, how we doing? Babzar, how you doing girl? Anonymous, Steve Evans, Roger Anthony Lowe, Angela Farley. Hope we're all good. Chris White as well. Good morning to you, Chris White, how's it going? Hope you're good. I can't see any of the visiting aircraft, Stuart, no. But watch this space. Because you just never know. So it looks like we've got an arrival just coming very shortly. It's just turning round over the vicinity of Thetford, possibly over the Honington sort of area where they turn round. Forgot what that region's called in the airspace. There is a name for it. They have these wonderful names to classify and distinguish the area of the airspace, which of course makes absolute perfect sense. Sounds like we've got a start up as well, which is nice. Should have, yeah, that sounds like a start up. Yeah, I was going to say we should have a start up very shortly. And then anything else that comes. Okay. KC-135 just on final now. So our first movement of the day is an arrival. Nice KC-135. They've been here since February 1992 when they arrived here. Beautiful. boomstick. KC-135s can be fitted from the rear, either a boomstick or the drogue refueling basket, and also additional pods on the wings which will deploy a drogue basket each, so it can refuel, I believe, 3 aircraft in one go if it's had that configuration. KC-135 Strato tanker, the gas station of the sky, introduced as far back as June 1957, took its maiden flight on the 31st of August of 1956, and here we are, still going. It's the 92nd Air Refeuling wing. There's around 800 in service, I believe. If you ever spot 571419, I know, fiscal year 57, as of this year, the oldest ever active KC-135 is KC-135 571419, and it's in service with the 161st Air Refeuling wing, and that's based at Goldwater Air National Guard Base, Arizona. It was built in 1957, and in 2013 it accumulated some 22,300 hours, an absolute gem if you ever get to see that. Can carry 80 passengers as well as its crew of 3. For an empty weight of 98,392 pounds. And it's powered by those lovely sounding 4 of them, the CFM International F108s, which produce 21,600 pounds of thrust. Nice. Got a comfortable speed of 580 miles per hour, max speed. That's Mach 0.9. Can cruise at around 530 miles per hour, and that's at a lovely 30,000 feet. It's got a service ceiling of 50,000 feet, and it's still going in service today. Why not? Now, the specifications, when you compare it to other aircraft, although completely different, the wingspan of the KC-135 is around 130 feet and 10 inches. That's 39.88 metres. Now, I'm just going to put it into perspective of the B-29. 141 foot that of the B-29. 141 foot 3 inches, that's 43.05 metres. So it's a staggering 3 metres wider, the B-29. The length of the KC-135 though is 136 feet and 3 inches. The length of the B-29 is 99 feet, but it's just staggering, some of these wingspans. The wingspan of the Lancaster 102, you've got the Avro Lincoln at 120. It's just staggering sometimes, some of these figures that you can just sort of get your head around. Now this KC-135 looked like it was trying to do a hawk on me. That one across the runway quite far down. Here we go, our second movement of the day is a KC-135 departure. So this one's native to RAF Mildenhall. It is part of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. I think I can still hear aircraft in the background, you know. As in spooling. beautiful. Oh, lovely start to the morning. One in, one out. And of course, in true tradition, I got here quite earlier than normal today. I got here about 8:10, and of course there was an aircraft taxiing down the runway, ready to go out. No matter what time I arrive, there is always a departure. It's quite funny. I do get to film it at least, so you can all see it later in a future video. And it was indeed the RC-135. Yeah, I did answer that earlier, but for those that don't know, the KC-135, although it can carry 80 passengers, it can also carry 6 of the 463 litre pallets, or 83,000 pounds, or 38,000 kilos. It does have a crew of 3, so that involves a pilot and a co-pilot, and of course the boom operator. Some missions do require additional crew. Again, this is a mission specific. It does or can have an additional crew, like a navigator. So it's got a fuel capacity of 200,000 pounds. That's 90,718 kilos of fuel. Wow. So if you've got any questions, I'm not always on the chat, so don't be offended if I don't see your name or I don't get to answer your question. No, this is a good old traditional waiting game. While we're waiting, I'm just going to go and grab my cup of tea. I'll bring it back up here. beautiful. A nice cup of tea now. Right. There's Jenny B on this chat room. Right, there's a reason why I'm asking for Jenny B. So the other day, I say the other day, yesterday. So yesterday, when I got home, I had a parcel, and of course, I was like, what have I ordered now? Has anyone done that? Ordered stuff, didn't realise that they'd ordered things. You know, usually when you start drinking happy juice and you get excited, you start ordering stuff, 3 days later you have no memory or recollection of anything, and then a door or a parcel or a delivery. I had that moment, but I definitely didn't order anything, and it was from Jenny B, and this arrived. It's almost like This Is Your Life, isn't it? But it's not. And the Ted Coningsby Teducation folder is here. She's got me a folder so I can put all my drawings in there. Look, so. Which is really nice of her to do so, really nice. So we've got a Teducation folder. So what I might do, I might keep the drawings in this one for now, so that I can show you without having to struggle with the wind and stuff. There's so for those who don't know, that's a tactic by the Luftwaffe trying to attempt to take down a B-17, the tactic there. I could actually go through them all, actually. Why don't we do that? What, should we just go through them all? Should we? Let me just turn the camera around. Might be a little bit more comfortable for me to do that. Yeah, that's better. It's better light as well. So I'll go through them all, and then we'll see what we got. Yeah, how's that? Is that all right? So while we're waiting, let's go through them all. So the B-17s, for those who don't know, 10 to 13 machine guns everywhere. Waist from the waist gunners to the rear gunner, top turret, and the later models had a gun right at the front. Now, the Luftwaffe, when they first seen this, when they first seen the B-17, just like the Augsburg raid, the first, 17th of April 1942, when they first met the Lancaster, they were obviously were thinking, whoa, it was the first time they've ever seen a 4-engine bomber. And again, tactics, but they found its weakness and started to attack diving from above. Straight down, okay, and also, yeah, so they can just go straight down and do like a split S. Now, the B-17s were a little bit different. They were in formation of 10s, maybe 22s, 21s, and if you imagine, if you multiply the amount of guns on there by the formation, okay, you're not going to get the ones at the top, so to speak. But if you had all these machine guns aiming at you, you are going to, if you imagine them as water jets, it's impossible not to get wet. The Luftwaffe realised that the B-17 realistically could take about 1,000 hits. It's not like the movies, one hit and that's the end of it. Yeah, okay, with the exception, it depends where it hits. If it goes and actually penetrates a fuel tank, although they were self-sealing, should they catch fire, They went totally indestructible. The Luftwaffe realised that if you go head to head with one, all you need is bullets in the cockpit, sadly. As sinister, as morbid as that sounds, once you take out the pilot and crew, it's done. It will just lose control, right? Even just for that split second, it may crash into another fellow B-17, all right? So there's one problem. The 109 cannons, for example, had an accuracy of 200 meters. Okay, now here's the maths. Now, okay, these numbers are average, what I feel as an average. Okay, now speed 180 miles per hour. You could up that if you wanted to. You could up it to 200 miles per hour. All right. Just saying, you can up that to 200 miles per hour, and this could be 250, all right, for argument's sake. But I chose an average speed of what I felt was a bombing stream. Anyway, combine it, it's still 450 miles per hour. That combined speed, if they were a mile apart, a mile is quite far, really, think about it. I mean, so be it, 2 miles. That speed means in 8 seconds they would collide. Even if they were 2 miles away, 16 seconds they would collide. All right. Now remember, that's 201 meters per second. Just call it 200 for argument's sake, right? But still, that 1 meter, that 1 meter per second could be the difference between life and death for this Luftwaffe pilot. Because you got to remember, for those who do kilometers, that's just under 5 seconds they would collide. Okay, at that speed. Which means in half a mile they've only got 4 seconds to go. All right. Now remember, I said that it fires at a rate of 200 meters per second, which means it's only got 1 second before impact. I mean, literally, the option is half a second to go into a split S. So what they did, they adjusted the cannons to fire at accuracy at 400 meters. They had to adjust them, which means with 2 seconds to go, fire, 1 second to go, do a split S. All right. That's the realism of how the Luftwaffe pilots were able to attack B-17s. It was the only way to do it. Here, this drawing here that I did, that's the decoy airfield. So there aren't many decoy airfields around the country. There were Q sites and K sites. They were code names, these decoy airfields. Decoy airfield is literally like making a pretend airfield. And there was one to protect Mildenhall. Okay. We all know Lakenheath now. Lakenheath had a decoy airfield before it was constructed late in 1940. So just south of Brandon, that vicinity had a fake runway, fake aircraft. So they would have been fake Wellingtons, because that's what we had here. Mildenhall was built in 1934, received its Wellingtons in 1938. Lakenheath constructed decoy airfield in 1940s. In 1940, this would have been a bunker. This is like a plan of the bunker. You would have had men operating the K or Q site. K site was for daytime, Q site was for nighttime. Really important, and there was some that were 2. K and Q. Believe Lakenheath was a nighttime operation, so it was a Q site. Okay, and you would have had 2 officers inside here and their job really was to try and get bombed. I know they had they had a switchboard to operate the lights. Okay, and while I might get you some. Let me get you some Lakenheath. Oh, waiting, isn't it? Decoy airfield's really important. So you would have had the fake air traffic control tower, fake hangars, and 2 officers making a fake operations on the runway. So the point of that is to deceive the enemy, and the idea of Lakenheath's decoy airfield was to make it look like Mildenhall. So here is a ladder, so this is like the cross section I've cut it from here so you can have a look, or if you were to stand here and look straight down, it's actually a ladder, so you can't see it on an elevated plan. And there would have been a movable spotlight to pretend there were movable taxiing aircraft. It was very good because Lakenheath was attacked 5 times. Literally, these guys, their job was to try and get bombed, and it saved Mildenhall 5 times, because there are records to suggest that Lakenheath was attacked. The decoy airfield was attacked 5 times. Amazing. This is my P-47 Thunderbolt, giving you the Pratt & Whitney's R2800 double wasp 46-litre displacement engine. I mean, how amazing. Some people are still fascinated that didn't know that they did have superchargers in World War II, and turbochargers, intercoolers. The air would get sucked in. This air intake on the P-47, which is basically the reason for this being here, is because the 48th fighter group, this was their aircraft that they operated throughout World War II, and with the legacy of the 9th Air Force, they really got themselves a name. They were awarded a few distinguished unit citations. They won awards, especially in Belgium, for their efforts of their sorties over the Normandy campaign and assisting and gaining back the ground. An amazing engine with the water injection system as well, with the alcohol and water mixture, giving the 2,000 horsepower an extra 300 horsepower boost. So we've all seen, or maybe, I don't know if you have, but maybe you're not interested, but we may have seen the film Fast and Furious with the nitrous oxide. This would work in a similar way. The mixture of alcohol and water shoots into the engines. They could use it to gain speed in rough weather or under attack, especially when they did a diving attack, because that was their role in the 9th Air Force. When they went in a diving attack, if they were to be attacked as they're pulling up, they ain't got the speed for that. So just to give you an idea, 500,000 sorties, P-47s, 86,000 railway cars attacked, destroyed, 68,000 trucks, 6,000 armoured vehicles destroyed. This tells you this is basically the organisation of the 8th Air Force, of how they put the shapes into perspective. So you got an Air Force, so let's take the 8th, because that's what the 100th Bomb Group were, and then there's a division. They divided them into 1, 2 and 3 divisions. Now they had tail code system that they did. Let me just turn that off a minute. That's not supposed to be on. Yeah, so so we've got a square D, haven't we, here? So if it's a triangle on the B-17s or whichever aircraft, it's 8th Air Force, and it'll be 1st Air Division. Circle usually on the B-24s, 2nd Air Division, and a square 3rd Air Division. So now you know the square D was from the 3rd Air Division, part of the 8th Air Force, right? The fighter groups were organised differently of the 8th Air Force. There were 3 squadrons, which is why I said to you that when Lakenheath's, well, wasn't Lakenheath's at the time, but when they activated the 48th fighter bomb group light, they had 4 squadrons, right? But when they organised things, the 48th had 4 squadrons, and which is why I believe they moved one of the squadrons. It's just my theory. I can't guarantee that's true, but it's just my theory, because I can't find many fighter groups in the 8th Air Force that actually had 4 squadrons. I could be wrong, but I couldn't find one. If you can, brilliant, let me know, and then there goes that theory out the window. Okay, so it's just an example of things, but each division, okay, had attached fighter wings. So the 100th Bomb Group, who were the 3rd Air Division, they had the 66th Fighter Wing looking after them, so for escorting them, the 55th, 78th, 339th, 353rd, and the 357th Fighter Groups, and each group, again, had 3 squadrons, so 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 squadrons looking after the 3rd Air Division. Amazing. That's just giving you a 1st Air Division sort of the groups with their wings. So 1st Bomb Wing had these, the 40th Bomb Wing had those there, the 384th that I've covered at Grafton Underwood on our Lost Airfields. Okay, so you'll know that they're part of the 41st Bomb Wing. Now, because they're the 1st Air Division, they were looked after by the 67th Fighter Wing, and here are their groups, etc, etc. Hope that makes sense. I'm working on sorry, I'm just trying to think. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just working on, so I've lost my tracks here. Where are they? The 457th are close to me, RAF Glatton. They had the U, the J, the 351st. So they were part of the 94th Bomb Wing. Haven't done Glatton. Bit difficult in some ways due to the fact that it is an active airfield. I would need explicit permission to attempt to get authorization to fly a drone there. Maybe you can get granted if you speak to them. It is at the end of their flight, but it would need a lot of authorization, and on a day where they're not flying, for example. So that's that, and I've got a bit more detail of, this is the 2nd Air Division, again same lineup, and just having a look at how things differed. There's a little bit of where the markings go. Each squadron did have their own markings as well, so I put Echo Papa, they were the 351st, the Triangle P, and there's more stuff going on here. And this is where we talk about the F-35's DAS system. Again, the wonderful, amazing DAS system, 6 cameras, infrared sensors, day or night, giving this orb of situational awareness, a 360 protection, and it can also link up with other F-35s. They're constantly locking onto targets as they're moving. Amazing. It can identify enemy surface-to-air missiles, enemy vehicles or vehicles. It can choose the option to engage or not. What else have we got here? This is talking about the radar cross-section. Again, you know the zigzags, the serrations all over, like a B2, the F-35, even on the top. It shows you how radio waves hit and then just can't cope and then move away. What you don't want is this scenario. We got a flat surface, and thank you very much. That's the 90-degree angle you want to avoid. The radar signal will hit, bounce and come back. That's the nose of an aircraft, which is why the F-35s and all other stealth fighters are not perfectly round, because the signal will hit, come back round, stuff like that. Air intakes. There's a lot of stuff going on here. A couple of engines that I've drawn. That's the beautiful PT6, and that's the generic engine. Again, suck from the air intakes, and it meets a low pressure compressor. For those that don't know how jet engines work, so they don't have to have an afterburner. This is just a generic engine, but I have added the afterburner on here. These are compressor blades. They squeeze the air, basically. The reason for having compressed air is a lot more combustible, and you also get a lot more air for your money. You're squeezing the air. Okay, so for example, the Typhoon's engine, EJ200, compresses air to an atmospheric pressure of 26 times to what it was. What that means is it's squeezing that air to 26 times. Think scuba diving oxygen tanks. They may not look that big, and you think, no, there's not a lot of oxygen in there, but there is, because it's compressed, it's squeezed, but it's also a lot more combustible. What I'm saying is you're going to get a lot more air in a smaller space, which is why jet engines, they get smaller and smaller, because they're squishing the air, they're compressing it, and they're increasing the pressure. And then, so you've heard the suck, the squeeze, and then the bang. So the compressed air goes in here, mixes in with the fuel, which is sprayed with nozzles or injection systems, and then it ignites it and combusts it, the hottest part of the engine. Now, this combustion moves turbines. Each engine, by the way, each particular manufacturer or each aircraft has a different engine, for example, and has different amount of high pressure and low pressure compressors, okay? They also have these turbines. Now, these turbines actually power the high pressure and low pressure compressor. So the high pressure turbine actually powers the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure turbine powers the low pressure compressor. So everything is kind of working and helping each other out here. So that combustion is turning these, which is turning this. Now that is pretty much our KC-135 engine, for example. What about afterburner? Well, remember the name, afterburner. You're burning something after. Reheat, you're reheating something. You're going to reignite it, which means, so that is how a jet engine works, by the way. So don't worry about the afterburner for now. Now, the afterburner has a different section. Now, don't forget, you have not got compressed air here. You are literally bleeding out, shooting out from the fuel bars. You're spraying fuel into hot gases, okay? Now, you're not, so one, you're just squirting, injecting fuel in hot gases. So it's not very economical, but that's why it gives you the power. And this is going to have to be insulated very carefully. It's got its own little careful insulation because it's extremely hot there. Okay, so that causes thrust, whether it's from the reheat afterburner or just without the afterburner. All right, so that's that one there. I haven't showed you this much, but this is the how angle of attack, I'm just doing some aerodynamics of angle of attack. I don't really go into detail. This is basically how FWEEP works. Inside the Pratt & Whitney F100 family, they got these. They got a convergent exhaust nozzle control. All right, and it actually pushes air through the actuators, which moves the nozzles, the convergent and divergent. So it's that air that actually makes the FWEEP, but it's controlled by this the Senk. Similar with this, this is going to be hydraulic. Okay, so it's mechanical, so it's not going to use this what they call pneumatic or pneumatic. What else we got here? So this is our IRST ASA system as well, the radar of the Typhoon. This is all the components of the Typhoon. Remember, the Typhoon made in 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain. That little bit of the fuselage, the centre fuselage, Airbus Germany. Got BAE Systems, Leonardo and Rolls-Royce at the back, and BAE Systems making up the front. So this is really helpful, Jenny. Thank you very much. This is Operation Black Buck. Okay, with that one. For those that wonder and ask why you can't see aircraft on ADS-B, it's very simple without going into too much detail. It's basically, ADS-B uses GPS, okay, and there's ground receivers. There is an ADS-B in and an ADS-B out. It uses GPS, not radar, all right? So basically, it's data. ADS-B is like a data system, it's broadcasting, and the reason why it sort of moves every second, because that's how it updates. It actually updates every 1 second, all right? So that's why it's not like smooth. So pilots have an ADS-B receiver inside, and there's ground stations, all right? So the ADS-B in and out, so the out is actually distributing the data. So it's like your GPS watch. It's prone to GPS jamming. It's prone to being in low level areas that it can't be seen. It struggles over the Pacific or massive chunks of ocean, which is correct, because there aren't going to be any ground stations, but there are GPS. The ADS-B in, okay, they can turn that off, but why would you? The ADS-B in is basically giving the information about all the weather updates and things like that. ADS-B out gives the ground stations and air traffic controls the benefits of all the data, including altitude, the speed, the aircraft. You can even whack a photo with it. This is the monolithic Typhoon's compressor. The compressors have what's called blisks, and it's pretty cool because these are not connected. This is just one complete disc, a titanium special alloy, and it's absolutely amazing. Oi oi buddy. So this is one complete unit. Benefit, it's lightweight, you haven't got extra separate components, which makes the Typhoon's engine amazing. That's what happens on a oh, what did I call this? Do you know, I forgot the name of it now. A blowout, a blowout, or not a flame out. Flame out's different. A stall. That's it. A compressor stall. It's just a interruption of one of these compressors. What's this here? Just showing aerodynamics, the PAPI lights, how aircraft lift. What else we got here? And a bit of ILS. And there we go. So I can now show you without struggling. And that's a little gift from Jenny B. Thank you very much. How you doing, man? How you doing, man? All right. Good. You okay? You on a little break?
Well, we can't do nothing for another hour.
You're right. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, bro.
Good,
right.
good.
Yeah, they want a house and say we can't really do anything with it.
All right.
They said we'll be about an hour. Yeah.
Ah.
I said, all right, fair dues.
Oh. Yeah.
Go on up here, is it?
It's not bad. Just there's rivet joint out and a KC-135 in and one out. So yeah, it's not bad. I only just started about half an hour ago, so it's good. Right. Yes. Yeah, it's been alright.
Every time you allow it.
That's good, that's good. It means it works, so. Oh, that's good. Nice. I wonder what's going on over there then. Don't know. I just can't work out what's happening. Let's have a look at ADSB. See if there's anything else going on.
I'm in so much pain with my muscles.
Oh no. What have you been doing, man?
I play five, so I did.
Oh, do you? Oh, right, okay.
I pinged a call to my mate.
No worries. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and teddy bears, the little sketches. I mean, I'll try and do more. Now, just trying to see if we've got anything else. I'm just trying to establish anything else, but can't hear anything at the moment. Tell you what, it's a lovely morning. But it can be busy, can be quiet, can be in the middle, can be waiting for a long time. That's the way it is with Mildenhall, but it can be so rewarding. Take care, man. See you later. It's always, you know, like with all the bases around here, or anywhere really, they have so much history. It is amazing.
Oi oi.
Oi, oi, you alright?
Too bad.
Yeah.
Like the scorcher then.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. So hopefully we get some CV-22 action today. But they are, they can. You need a bit of extra luck. Not only do you need a plane spotting luck to go with it, you're going to need a little bit of extra luck with these. The tilt rotor aircraft. And someone asked a very good question the other day about why are they always having the tilt rotors upright, and it was a very good question. Why can't they just be forward? One, it's for safety as well, because you imagine starting how big those rotors are at 37 feet, and you were to start that up. Plus it's ready to go in that configuration. It's ready in helicopter mode, so it can just go and take off like that. So if it was forward, so it's for safety and also easy to maneuver around, so it doesn't get damaged as well. So it was a really good question. It's something that you won't think about, you just don't even acknowledge it, but very good question. So yeah, so if, say for example, the runway or the taxiway was completely damaged, what are you going to do? But it's ready to go. So in a battlefield configuration as well, it's ready to go, which is why all aircraft are fueled up, ready to go as well, and of course for safety as well with that. The CV-22 Osprey, maiden flight 19th of March 1989, and it was developed from the Bell XV-15 with that.
A long way. I got here yesterday, just before lunch. Of course, everyone was on lunch, and there were the 3 CV-22s over there. But nothing was happening because it was lunchtime. So I whizzed over to Lakenheath, where it was all going on, because I could see it all in the background. Came back here later on, and there was only one over there. And they were all on night ops. I've gone back to trying to have a look to see what they're doing up there. I think they're up near Marham.
Ah, okay.
Up that way. Up near the test range. But they were up there for hours. So I guess I'm with your mindset in hope today that we'll actually see something.
Just relax and enjoy. How we're doing, ladies and gents, teddy bears. Hope all good. Welcome to the Teducation channel, and I hope you're enjoying it. A big thank you to everyone that's tuned in. And thanks as well for your support. And big shout out to all of you who've been supporting the channel already this morning, hitting the like button and subscribing, so thank you very much for that. And Babzar as well, thank you very much for the for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A high five to you, thank you very much for that. That's very kind of you, thank you very much. And Daniel Walker, who's part of the Spanner flight with 27 months membership, and to celebrate with some heavyweight action will be perfect, thank you very much. Dave Holloway, thank you very much for the super chat for treats and Nichols and the Bears, thank you very much. Guards March, and a Guards March to Jack Serran, and a high five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Matt Crossan, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Lee Hale, thank you very much for 7 months membership. Oh, where has 7 months gone? So fast it passed. And Craig Lockett, congratulations on 12 months milestone. Well done. Margot Baxter, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, happy birthday to our TCS legend Davey. Happy birthday, Davey. Wee Stevie Boy for colouring pens for Ted's Wee Drawings, thank you very much. Purple Black as well, thanks for the super chat. Guards March, Zero Soul 76, 5 months membership. Oi oi, thank you Nikos, Ted and Spanner crew for all your hard work. Still the greatest military evening channel by a long way, thank you very much. Stephen Mann as well with 13 months membership. Another month of this wonderful feed, thank you very much. Yeah, last day of the month though, we will be in October already, I know. It's 13 months, sorry, October. Wow, that's something, isn't it? to everyone who's tuned in. Welcome to the show. And as we have a look at the vastness, it was one of England's largest bomber airfields. Not the largest, but one of. It is huge. It's quite vast, and runway 2810. But of course, it wasn't always like that. The history dating back all the way to 1934. I've even got a map, a military issue map, or revised, shall we say, with all military airfields and sites omitted from the map in case it fell into the wrong hands, which is rather remarkable in that respect, to have something of that in my possession. So literally, it's a map revised 1941 or 42, if I think it was. There's no Mildenhall, there's no Feltwell, there's no nothing. It's it covers this Lakenheath Mildenhall area, and Feltwell's missing. Basically, all military facilities are omitted, and you have to respect that those times during the Second World War, how important it was to do that. And I was covering a story at RAF Upward with something sort of related to maps, and it was where the story on our, have a look at our Lost Airfields episodes. It was a story that we covered of RAF Upward. And speaking of maps, there was a Luftwaffe pilot under the name of Josef Jakobs, a German spy who parachuted in near the base on January 1931. January the 31st, 1941, and his intent was to spy on Upward, but he was caught with a map. Let's have a look what's going on over there then. To be executed at the Tower of London. He was caught carrying a map with cross-marking RAF Upward along with a code device, and nearly £500. And he was found guilty of treason and executed by firing squad in 1941. I believe the last ever person to have that fate at the Tower of London, of all things. Yeah, a bit grim history, but history is violent, as they say. But welcome though, welcome to RAF Mildenhall, home of Team Mildenhall with its variety of aircraft and units. And there is always that hope that it could get busy like we had last week. It was, I think it was something like 7 movements in the first sort of, it was non-stop, wasn't it? How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and welcome to RAF Mildenhall. and I hope we're all good and well. And I'll tell you what, it's such a lovely day. There's no wind and no fog either. But yeah, so I mean, it's such a vast base. It's quite a similar layout to Lakenheath as well. And it was in sort of like the late 20s when plans to even decide to build a base here for Bomber Command in this area was put into sort of place, and the idea and constructions actually began in 1930 with an earlier name. It was proposed to be called RAF Beck Row, which is the sort of like the village behind those CV-22 Ospreys, or in just literally straight ahead direction. We got West Row sort of starting around here and behind me, but it was going to be originally called RAF Beck Row. But that changed a year before it was finally completed. In 1933, it was changed to be called RAF Mildenhall. And on the 16th of October 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened, and it was King George V who officially dedicated the base. And the first sort of sortie was quite a fun one, to be honest, and I like telling this story, and you can actually see remnants of this, which I'll explain. It was on the 19th of October, by the way. Wing Commander F.J. Linnell, OBE, assumed command of the base, and it was on the 20th of October 1934, so just 4 days after it opened. It was the most amazing air race, the run by the Royal Aero Club, the Mac Robertson Air Race, and it was a race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. It was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won the race with their DH-88 Comet in that beautiful bright cherry red named Grosvenor House. It took them 71 hours and won a prize money of £10,000. Now, what's really cool, you can go to Shuttleworth in their collection at Old Warden and actually see the very aircraft. I mean, what's that? 91 years old. I mean, that's and it's still flying. Okay, some of the parts may have been changed by then and upgraded, but hey, what's an overhaul, right? You know, it does need it. But what I'm saying is that you can actually see that that very aircraft. Actually, it's like the Theseus boat theory, isn't it? If you've ever come across that, the Theseus boat. When I was studying at Cambridge, the boat was rotting away, and eventually they were replacing the parts on this boat, and replaced parts to a point where all the parts were non-original, and it was the paradox of, is it still the same boat? I don't know if you've heard of that one. Is it the same boat? Now, I had to write an essay about that. And I said, well, from an insurance point of view, yes, it's the same boat. But from an authenticity point of view, it's a very true. And I think I went down the lines of, okay, so they didn't completely basically someone found all the bits and put it together was another one. So here's the other theory. So when you take off the rotten parts, eventually you've got all new parts on this boat. But then I put this theory across, well, what if someone got the old scrap parts and built it? You've got two boats now. Do you see what I mean? So all the rotting parts of the boat and the whole thing, someone actually put them all together. Now which is Theseus's boat? Scratch head moment, couldn't work it out, but you had to argue the point. I mean, it is a paradox. I think that's pretty cool. It's one of my favourite, because if you've replaced every single part of that boat, is it the same boat? You know, maybe that maybe half of it was replaced and it was was sailing away with half and half, let's say, because it is still the same boat. It's still got the original bits on it, and then it's mind-boggling. But then someone built the original boat with all the rotten parts, so it was just hilarious. Couldn't work it out, but anyway, we'll leave it at that. Anyway, back to here. On the 15th of November 1934, it was 99 Squadron who were the first to become an operational unit here, and 99 Squadron are still operating today. They're operating the C-17, which is on our thumbnail today. I've put it on there because sometimes you get a B-17 when I put it on there. Yeah, they're still operational today. And they started life here with the Handley Page Hayford bomber. That had a wingspan of 75 feet, a length of 58 feet, and it was powered by, at the time, it was quite common to have Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines, Goshawk engines. They were sort of engines that were producing between 525 and 600-ish horsepower. Sorry, had a max speed of 142 and a 2,500 pound payload. And in 1935, forming from the B flight of 99 was a second squadron forming from them called 38 Squadron. Now, what I've been studying recently, I overlooked it. I was just reading away, go, yeah, that squadron's there, that there. Never occurred to me that was actually... I mean, we spoke about through the pictures of the organisation of bomb groups. Failed to realise that at RAF Station Bomber Command there was actually 2 squadrons with a B flight attached to them. So I didn't actually overlook that. But there we go. So in a way, it was quite rare to get 3 squadrons at a base. It makes sense. 149 and 199 Lakenheath, 97 and 106 at Coningsby, and so on. So that was pretty cool to come across that, and I didn't even realise. Anyway, 1936, of course, for those who don't know, Bomber Command formed, Fighter Command, Training Command formed later, but Coastal Command formed as well. But 1936, it was number 5 group that were established here, but they moved a month later in October, and they switched with number 3 group. And each group plays a particular role in Bomber Command. So number 8 group, if you've heard of them, they were the Pathfinder Force. Number 100 group, which was Bomber Command's group, they took care of like electronic warfare. I think it was number 2 group that were affiliated with going over to France. Number 6 group were more focused north. Number 5 group covered Lincolnshire, that kind of thing. Okay, so I won't go into too much detail to lose sight of what we're talking here. By the end of 1936, a conversion to the Hendon night bombers, and Feltwell opened as well. So 1934 here, so 10 miles in that direction, in the direction of the backwards crow flying, RAF Feltwell opened and started operating as well. 1937, mid-1937, 149 Squadron arrived with the Wellington bomber, and in 1938, 99 Squadron also converted to the Wellington bombers. Now, I've got a Wellington bomber here. I've got a different one today. I've shown it before, but it's the different one. This really does show you well, sort of. For those who don't know, listen to that in the background. It's nice, isn't it? Let's see if I can get you a shot of that. Talk history, get aircraft, right? Is that Singleton? I'm trying to see if there's another departure. So the Vickers Wellington bomber, and you can see those crisscross windows. Now, the airframe itself and the wings, beautiful, designed by Barnes Wallis. It was the geodetic airframe, and the example, what they've done here, you can actually see it through here, through the glass, and it was amazing. A bit like this chain link fence sort of here. It was easy to assemble and put together, and it was also able to take a lot of battle damage. I think it was like Irish linen that they stretched on here and painted it. It was absolutely amazing how they sewed it together. But Sir Barnes Wallis created the geodetic airframe for easy assembly and to put together. I mean, it had a great reputation. It was the most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force. 11,460 or so Wellingtons. About 599 took part in the 1000 bomber raid, made in 16 different variants. Mark 1 had the Pegasus. The Pegasus engines kind of like led the way for the change. The change in engines, okay, because they were 1000 horsepower, and the Pegasus engines really started a new legacy with the Air Ministry's specifications. It really started to do away with the sort of 600 horsepower engines. So you'll find these in the Hampden, which the Handley Page Hampden was built under the same specification as the Wellington. So two different companies, same specification. Here's what they came up with. A bit like what we spoke about yesterday, the YF-22, YF-23, the variants of the F-35, so on and so on, prototypes, 2 different companies, and here we are. And Mark II had Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, and Mark III and various other, such as Mark 10. There were 16 different variants of these. Mark 3 and 10, those later models, they had the Bristol Hercules engines, which, just trying to see if that's what these have. Yeah, I believe these look like Bristol Hercs. Just trying to have a look. although they taking a battering at the moment. But there we go, which gave a bit more power. It can do about 20,000 service ceiling with a 4,500 pound bomb load, you know, Mach 0.3, about 240 miles per hour. It was a good aircraft. You know, it served well. I think it didn't retire until 1956. But there we go. This was the an aircraft that was operating here. Now, the Wellington bomber is a bit of an icon around this sort of Ely, Cambridge, Suffolk region. You'll find it in Ely Cathedral and the stained glass windows. You'll find it in Steeple Morden. There's a little village. I forgot the name of it. It's the one near Steeple Morden. You probably can help me out here. It begins with an L, and they've got this painted on their sort of village name. The little village signs that you get around here. I think they're very sweet. I love the little drawings and the sort of 3D construction. But you'll see that because this was literally the guardian of the sky. Not guardian, sorry, but it was the icon of the skies. This was quite common in this region. We had a lot of, whereas the Hampden really was, you know, because it flourished at it started off at Scampton with 49 Squadron, and you know, it kind of was the icon of Lincolnshire, really, the Hampden at that time, 1938. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So yeah, 1938, a nice change in era of. Thanks a lot, Davey, for that. I got your message, mate. Sounds like we got an ADSB ping in a KC-135, which is pretty cool. And then yeah, so the Wellingtons were really starting to take to the skies here at over Suffolk, and on the 3rd of the 9th, 1939, as we know, the declaration of war, the Second World War. 6 hours after that declaration, in the early hours, it was 3 Wellingtons of 149 that took to a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. Early 1939 to 1940, Lakenheath's decoy airfield was constructed, which I showed you the diagram. January 18th, 1940, 149 took to the skies for their first night bombing mission, and in 1941 Lakenheath was constructed, which is about 5 miles in that direction, in the direction of the backwards crow flying. It was used as a satellite station, so Mildenhall was the main station. You had Lakenheath, RAF Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath. They were satellites to Mildenhall, so Mildenhall literally was quite extensive in that respect. And November 1941, 149 transitioned to the short Stirling bombers. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, and I managed to pick these up on Saturday, and I've always spoken about the short Stirling bomber, which is what they were converting to. Now, I've managed to get this because I don't have a short Sunderland, but the specification that was put out for a 4-engine bomber. All right, now there's our short Stirling. Our short Sunderland. So it was B12 /36 39. Hang on, I'm going to show you these two. Look at this. I'm going to show you the evolution of the short Stirling bomber. So I've got the Sunderland here that you can see, and I'm going to show you. It's a beautiful picture of the Sunderland. I'm going to show you what the Short brothers did with that. So B12 36, sorry, the Air Ministry's specification. Now, the Short brothers already had the short Sunderland. Now, if you look at the back, it's quite similar. Look at the way the back there, that angle there. It's still vigilant. It's still evident. Sorry, vigilant. Still evident at the back. It's literally the nose, you can see it, the engines, the wings were the same, but they just shortened them, and I might have to get a short Sunderland and bring them to you. But you can see the front look, the evolution of the front. There you go, that's a better light. It was pretty much what the Short brothers did. They literally cut the bottom deck down, they cut that off. There you go. That's now looking more like a short Sunderland, Stirling. Sorry about the confusion there. So, what is amazing is that the wings were 99 feet, Okay, and they were started off with the Pegasus engines, the Bristol Pegasus. It was an amazing aircraft because it had a 14,000 pound of payload in this huge bomb bay. There was a bit of an issue with that though, the bomb bay. Now, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the short Stirling, just quickly. The short Stirling was actually the second choice, by the way. It was actually the Supermarine 317, which we spoke about before. But sadly, Roy Chadwick passed away, and the two prototypes sadly were destroyed. It looks a bit like the B-17. It's the best that I can describe it. They were, you know, they were the same specification, B-1236, and this was the S-29. And the kind of like the go-ahead went to the Short brothers to make this. What I love about the short Stirling is the fact that they had this huge bomb bay, and also the gouge flaps. It had a 13 meter long bomb bay with these additional square bomb hatches as well. So you had all these bombs in. The problem was the maximum size bomb you could fit in those was 2,000 pounds. Yes, you could fit 14,000 pounds, but you could only fit the size in there. The maximum was 2,000 pound. But yes, it is a problem because the RAF are producing 4,000 pounder, 6,000 pounder, and up 10,000 pounder, and right up to you know, 14,000 pounders. But you know, you could easily rack this up with 500 pounders. You know, you could really like whack it out. The only problem is though, with its 87.3 feet in length, it really struggled when its service ceiling. When it was fully loaded and fully fueled, it can only do about 17,000 feet of service ceiling. One remarkable invention was by the Short brothers was these gouge flaps, which are used in modern aircraft. These could be retracted, these gouge flaps. I thought that was something on modern aircraft. Sometimes you don't need any more lift, okay, and sometimes you do. So it was able to be, you can actually decrease your wing area. And it was very manoeuvrable, so manoeuvrable, unlike the Halifax and Lancaster, it was able to outmaneuver enemy fighters that were attacking it. It was really, really nimble, and pilots loved it. It can take a battering, and it did well. But like I said about the divider, really let it down. It had two doors, so it had 3 rows of bombs. Now, it was clearly something that must have been such a design problem that they couldn't rectify, and they left it at that. And in 1943, towards the end, sadly, this became the bomber that didn't bomb. It was used in SOE missions, okay, but let's face it, because it could take, right, 14,000 pounder payload, it flourished. It flourished in towing aircraft such as the Horsa glider. So because it was so used to carrying heavy bombs, well, it was easy to take the gliders. I mean, this thing could do 282 miles per hour and started life at RAF Leeming with number 7 Squadron, by the way, who are flying Chinooks now. But that's amazing as well to have a legacy flying Chinooks. They were the first to fly the short Stirling bomb. I love it personally. I think it had a, you know, yes, it struggled where others could, you know, service ceiling. You know, we've got B-17s doing over 30,000 feet. You got, you know, you got the Halifaxes and the Lancasters. You know, really, you know, pushing the service ceiling. The Halifaxes. And the Lancaster, 24,000 feet, 26,000 feet. There's Lake Anif, is giving it some there in the background there now. But there we go, that's evolution of aircraft, right? It's pretty cool to find that out. But I won't go into too much detail, but I was so happy to find that picture. I'll just put that back. to find that picture. I thought it was pretty cool to show you that. I thought that was well good. Okay, so yeah, so lots of things happened here. So November 1941, that's when they transitioned, and as we know, 149 and 199 eventually moved to RAF Lakenheath. But before then, on the 15th of December 1941, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force activated here at Mildenhall, and on the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. We're looking at around about 1,047 bombers. 599 of those were Wellingtons, and Coastal Command said no. You see, the 1,000 bomber raid was 3 separate night raids, bombing raids, and the Coastal Command said no. You see, Arthur Harris, Air Chief Marshal Harris, said I'm going to, you know, make a statement here. But the thing is, the Royal Air Force didn't have 1,000 bombers. So he tried to ask Bomber Command, Coastal Command, but they said no. They did take part in the 3rd 1,000 bomber raid, because there were actually 3. It wasn't one single raid. That was in summer of 1942, that raid. But what Arthur Harris did, he actually asked Training Command to help out. And the thing is, we're talking about young men that, that weren't qualified. And he basically made the qualification shorter. He said, well, if you've only got a few weeks to go, you're in. Like that. Amazing, isn't it? So that's how he got most of the, the raids. I mean, we lost about 47 in total, which if you put it, as a ratio of 1,047, that's actually, as a ratio, that's still pretty good. 1942, 75 Squadron replaced 419, and 115 Squadron also arrived here. April 1943, 15 Squadron arrived in Horsa Gliders, and the Horsa Gliders returned from RAF Mildenhall for storage, and it was by number 25 Glider Maintenance Squadron. They departed for the Mediterranean Theatre of Operations in March 1944. A little bit more, just to give you a few pointers about Mildenhall. On August the 10th, 43, 622B Squadron activated from a sea flight of 15 Squadron. And November 1943, Lancasters and then eventually Halifaxes were operating here. So the Stirlings from then, they moved to RAF Lakenheath with 149 and 199 Squadron. As well. And on the 22nd of the 3rd, 1944, Lancasters and Halifaxes took part in a raid over the Big B. That's right, that was kind of what they used to call it, Berlin. It was 800 bombers took part, which I'm actually putting forward into our next Lost Airfields. I should have that for you in the next few weeks, all been well. On D-Day as well, 35 Lancasters of 15 and 622 Squadrons raided the Atlantic Wall, followed by another raid the next day. And December 1945, so after the war, B-17s arrived here along with the Lincoln bomber, and that was a complete, it must have been such a change then, but of course things didn't quite end there, did they? We also had the Cold War, Strategic Air Command, and 1947 to 48 the runways actually closed here to make way for heavier bombers such as the Avro Lincoln. We were going to have an operational conversion unit here along. You see, that's the thing with the Avro Lincoln. We were modifying the Lancaster. I've got a Lancaster here actually. So how are we doing? So we were modifying the, A.V. Rowe and Roy Chadwick were modifying the Lancaster to carry all these heavy goods. 14,000 pounders good enough, but 22,000 pounders, which would involve taking out a lot of the armoured, protection inside, taking out the turret, modifying the loading bay, the bomb bay, to fit a 22,000 pounder. But of course, with Cold War looming and the idea of having aircraft to go to Lancasters and bombers to go to the Southeast Asia for operations there, the Tiger Force in Japan, what the idea was to make a bomber suitable to carry 22,000 pounders, because when you stick 22,000 pound in a Lancaster, it's not as maneuverable. So the idea was to build the Lincoln, which had an extra 20-foot wingspan. It had more powerful engines, but again, another problem here. is the fact that the B-29 was already filling that role, and it kind of became obsolete. And then eventually the RAF borrowed around 87 Boeing Washingtons in the end. That's what the RAF called. You may have heard me put to the test, and I do actually have a Boeing Washington. Let me put that into perspective. Look at this is to scale. Look at the sheer size difference. Look at this. I mean, that is just colossal. Can you see that? I know I can't show you the best of angles. Maybe I can. So it was B-29s, but the RAF called them Boeing Washingtons. I'm going to show you on a different level here. This might be better. Look at the size difference, man. Unbelievable. I mean, the range that the B-29s had, they were proven. You know, this is a Lancaster. So yeah, the B-29 was called the Boeing Washington in the Royal Air Force. This is a Boeing Washington in 115 Squadron markings, and it weighs a ton. This, actually, the model, what I'm saying, weighs a ton. So that's kind of like the World War II Mildenhall, and of course, the icon and legends haven't finished yet. For those that don't know, SR-71 Blackbirds were here. Det 4, Detachment 4, U-2s, some world records that were built, and it really put Mildenhall on the map. But we'll talk to you about that in just a moment. Let me just have a quick catch up. So keep your eyes on keep your eyes over the island of Jura, home of the Scottish malt whisky, Jura, because above there is a call sign Cobra 47. Have a look. Have a look what that is. Nice, another rare species, hopefully arriving here. So yeah, from earlier, thanks to Jenny B. I may have missed it, but thank you for the little folder, really useful, thank you. So I put my drawings in there, and so they'll be safe in there for a very long time. So thank you to Jenny B. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? We've got something else lurking. Let's have a look. Where's Blue 41 going? How's that one doing? Looks a bit high, doesn't it? Blue 41. So one of the that central Osprey, the fire extinguisher's up with no covers on the nacelles, so that looks good, doesn't it? So Blue 41, you never know, it might be going into the air-to-air refueling area for a little bit and then either coming back here or going, we just don't know. But it's in the area, so that's cool. Steady Bear. So someone's asked a question, very good one, where I was talking about runway lights. Just trying to find it. I've lost the. I did come across it. Yeah, so there is a lighting system, an automated lighting system, almost like a strobe emergency system. It's RWSL. It's a runway status lights. They act as a safety feature. They can illuminate to warn pilots and vehicles operators when it's unsafe to enter. Pilots can actually switch on runway lights as well. I don't know about military side of things, but I know when I was sort of learning a little bit more about aviation, I know that pilots of airliners can actually turn on the lights if they're struggling, or whatever reason it is that they need to. So they can actually turn them on, all the runway lights. But there's also, like I said, a RWSL feature. They're in pavement lights, so they include runway entrance lights, RELs. You've also got the strobing lights as well, which we see at Lakenheath start flashing like strobe. It's like do not land. They can act as that as well. So that's answered a question where I do get asked a lot at Lakenheath itself, why are they flashing. It can be used for a do not land. I don't know if it's that configuration, but I know there is a light system. Also, where there are runway caravans, they can use flares for a go around or unsafe, which is the purpose, another function and safety measure of having a runway caravan. So the purpose of having a runway caravan that we see at RAF bases is to have that direct, on hand, you know, got a bit of Lakenheath action. Bit of Donkey Kong over there as well. Yeah, so having the runway caravan is you know, has so many benefits as they're right by the runway, and they can activate a flare. We've seen it a few times. I've seen it a couple of times at Lossiemouth was probably the first time I've seen that. I've seen it a few times at Coningsby, and even the AWCU can fire a flare as well. So, but usually from the runway caravan, it's done because it's a lot more, because they are parked right by the threshold. So it's a lot more, gives a lot more warning to the pilot. Like blue, is it blue 41, the KC-46 peg. Yeah, so PAPI lights, again, very clever. They won't be on here because they are switched on facing the, there they are, look, off the runway in use. There's one just behind that number 8. There's one center of the screen, and there's one center of the screen. Now, should be one. Yeah, there you go. There now. Should be a full one, just beyond that barbed wire. And then you've got another set of 4 on the other side as well. So a perfect example was at Lakenheath when they conveniently had them on and then turned them off. So they'll be switched on facing the runway in use. Now, thanks to Johnny D's Teducation folder, I've actually got, I may need to, so I'm gonna, so if we took one of these yellow boxes, there you go. So that's what PAPI light looks like. I've turned it so the light's facing that way, not facing us like we see. So I want you to have a look inside how it works. So you've got a white light, there's a red lens that's here, but they don't actually physically change. It's how you view them, and it's set to the glide slope of the aerodrome. So each aerodrome has a particular glide path, okay? It's like an imaginary path. I'll wait for this, hang on. Okay, so it's set, so this path is an imaginary line called the glide path, so that pilots can land and actually understand that they are on the correct path, the right height for the right distance. And the way you do that, so the glide slope, which is basically that touchdown point, is 3 degrees. So basically from that touchdown zone to the pilot, it's set to 3 degrees. Now, how do you set that? Well, first of all, let's have a look what they've done here. So they've got a red lens here, and it reflects and has this careful, amazing bit of simplicity, but it works, and I'll show you how it works. What they do, they tilt this box at 3 degrees. But what does this all mean? Let's have a quick look. I've got a little bit of it here. So the box is here. So this is looking good. It's changed color. How is it doing that, Nikos? Well, it's set at a 3 degree angle so that every mile at 300 feet per nautical mile, roughly, I've rounded it off, it's 318, but let's call it 300, which pilots do work it out to that, that you can still see 2 white, 2 red. I'm going to tell you the configuration in a moment. So if you're 3 miles out and 955 feet or 900 feet, you will see 2 white and 2 red. If you are 5 nautical miles out at around 1500 feet, you will still see 2 white, 2 red, because it's been tilted at the 3 degree, well, that sounds good. Is that a startup? It's set at 3 degrees, all right? There are aerodromes that have a different angle. Again, it will be tilted, and you'll have to do a bit more Pythagoras theorem. If you were up here, all right, you're going to see all white, okay? All 4 lights, all 4 whites means you're 2i, all right? If you are nearly at 1500 feet, you're going to see 3 white, 1 red, okay? If you are right bang on that glide slope, the glide path, you will see 2 white, 2 red. If you're a little bit too low, if you're like, I don't know, 1300 feet, you will see 3 red, 1 white, and if you're all the way down here, well, you're going to see all red, all right? So that's how it works, all because it's been tilted. That's it, simple as. I've kind of, maybe this might be a little bit confusing. There should be actually 4 boxes. All right, it's not actually going to shine 2 white, 2 red in that little box. Do apologise, because we get 4 boxes either side that will sort that. All right, hope that makes sense anyway. And it's, you know, I did that Pythagoras theorem. It's the same with the ILS. That is tuned in for the glide slope antenna, again 3 degrees. So it's just a good rough idea. If you want to be a little bit more accurate, it's 315 feet per nautical mile. So if an aircraft is 10 miles out, you will know that it should be around 3000 feet. Pretty cool, huh? And if it's 5 miles out, nautical miles out, it should be around 1,500 feet. See? Easy. If it's 3,000 feet, 5 miles out, you're going to tell me it's too high, which should be correct. But that's on a 3 degree. Well, it'd be nice to get Black Cat, which is a C-17, which is 99 Squadron. And remember last time we had that, doing loads of circus. And what I liked about it, 99B Squadron were the first to operate here, and it was nice to get 99 Squadron in their C-17 doing circuits here. I thought that was quite nostalgic. It'd be delicious if we get reach 1807, which is a C5. That'd be nice. So 3 degree glide slope, good question there, Jenny. 3 degree glide slope is basically a standard for most airport approaches because it represents a balance between a comfortable passenger experience, optimal energy management of the aircraft, and a safe clearance from obstacles. So there's one that's something like 5 degrees, and it might not sound a lot, but trust me, and I can't remember what country it's in. It's like 5.6 degrees. Now, like I said, it might not sound a lot, but I'll need to do my Pythagoras theorem, but it is a lot. And it's to do, it's something to do with the mountains that's there. Let's show you. So, we got a runway here, so so let's have a little game here. Let's play a little bit of simulation work, right? So the reason why it's 3 degrees, have you noticed when they come in and we always like, oh, smooth? Because that 3 degree at the touchdown, right, it's set from there for a smooth landing. Now, just imagine coming down at that angle. It's going to be rough. You're going to get wear and tear on your tyres, and it's going to really probably damage your aircraft. But it's also set for obstacles, and that's the reason for steeper glide slopes, okay? That's the reason, because there could be mountainous areas, so they would need to come down at a steeper angle, but the touchdown zone will probably be further down, all right? So if it was going to land like that, ouch! Whereas a smooth 3 degree keeps going and going, okay? So it's for comfort, optimizes efficiency, and avoids obstacles, which is why it's set, and it's the most common. London City Airport, 5.5 degree glide slope. Ouch! That see, it might not sound a lot, but it is. Where was that one? It was somewhere in the Caribbean, or where was it that I came across the most shocking? Do you know what, it might have been, yeah, there we go, Courchevel International Airport in the French Alps has a runway glide slope. Are you ready for this? 18.5 degrees. That is horrendous. It's the steepest at any international airport according to the Guinness Book of Records, and it even has a runway only 1,722 degrees. So I guess my guess is then the longer your runway, the more comfortable experience then. If you've got a long runway, you can have a glide slope of like something quite quite smooth 3 degree. That makes sense. So if you've got a short runway, you can't really afford it to have, I don't know, I'm just thinking theoretically, I'm just wondering, but wow, maybe I'm wrong on that, but goodness me. London City Airport 5.5, that's so yeah, so have a look at that. It's Courchevel International Airport, LFLH is the ICAO code in the French Alps. Wow. But 5.5 degrees is steep, yet alone 18 point. I wouldn't even, I mean, that's going to need some flair at the end of that, isn't it? There we go, some great questions coming in, all chipping in. Oh yeah, so Brian Wood, they use like a, what does they call it, the meatball, the ball, isn't it? They've got a similar system because don't forget they're out at sea. It's a carrier, it's a movable. It's a movable runway, so to speak. So it's called the OLS. It's an optical landing system, and they do nickname it the meatball, or pilots just call it the ball. It's used to give the glide path information to pilots. Similar system, but I think it's got like a like literally a traffic light system of red and green. Green is good, right? So it's almost it's got, I think it's made of like a big. If you've got the US roundel in your head, the circular part is like red, and then you've got this green LED lights that goes right across. What you want is, I think, because I don't get to see carriers, but I think it's all green. I think is good. You're on the right glide path, because don't forget that, you know, it's a movable carrier. It's a movable runway. So there you go. But yeah, it's called the OLS, Optical Landing System. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying the chats. That's what makes the channel interactive with everyone. So just to the northeast of York, we've got Cobra 47 heading for Mildenhall, which is always good. Made in, produced in 1964. Is a Combat Sent, and it will have a shark's mouth. So it is a rare aircraft, really. And it's a specialised electronic reconnaissance aircraft used by the US Air Force. It can locate, analyse, collect intelligence on foreign radar systems. And these aircraft provide the crucial real-time strategic analysis for warfighters by examining military radar systems and storing the data by the intelligence community. So it's a pretty impressive piece of kit. The Combat Sent, I don't think there's many around. I think there's just 2 in active service, I'm pretty sure. Powered by 4 CFM International F108, so I think that's the same as, yeah, F108, same as the KC-135s, I'm pretty sure. Yes, it is 21,600 pounds of thrust per engine. So, like I said, same engines as on the KC-135. Speed of 500, just over 500 miles per hour, and Mach 0.66. It's got 4,000 nautical mile range and a ceiling of over 35,000 feet. Crewed by 2 pilots, a navigator, 2 airborne systems engineers, and a minimum of 10 electronic warfare officers. Flight crew from the 45th Reconnaissance Squadron and 6 more mission area specialists as well, by the crew of the 97th Intelligence Squadron. So pretty interesting stuff, and it's got its initial operational capability, which you'll hear. That's almost like sort of like its audit, like a flight test to make sure it's passed, and that was in April of 1964. It's a pretty cool piece of kit. Might get lucky, may get a go around, who knows. We'll see. Right, Cobra 47 looking good. Not sure if Maverick is coming here, Maverick 27. I know it was at, as we know, it was at Waddington, so let's see. Also got Reach 825 as a possible. So not too far out. Big 2-4 just pinging on the ground as well, which is all good. It should be going out hopefully. So it's just about to cross the wash, I think, the Cobra 47 call sign. But yeah, as we know, we've got the Maverick 27, which is most likely going to head to Waddington. Got Reach 825, just a bit to hang on to. If it starts descending, then it could be good. We shall see. Mildenhall, you just really don't know. It is a 24-hour base. The skies, the airspace is managed by Lakenheath's RAPCon at their tower. Chris Kelly, welcome back. sure I can hear a start-up as well. Which is all good. is going a little bit too low, as in for Waddington. It's descending, unless it's going to just do a low approach or something like that. It's descending to 4,000 feet. So unless it's just going to do a low approach or a approach of some description, you never know. You never know with these things. I'm just looking out for it now in the distance. That's the training rivet joint. Oh, hang on, no, sorry. Looking at the wrong one. Yeah, the KC-135W. Looking at the wrong altitude. Yeah, it's just picked up a little bit now. Yeah, so I mean, we are expecting it to go to Waddington, of course, but it was looking good for here regardless. See if I can spot it. There we go, quid. So we got an aircraft about to taxi for departure, which is great. We do have the Combat Sent arriving. We've got the TC-135W that's ascending from 6,000 feet, which we know it's not coming here, but it's very close. I can hear the KC-135 that's taxiing now for departure, runway 28. I think I can see something. I think I can see the Combat Sent from all the way down here. So same engines, CFM F108s, 21,600 pounds of thrust in this very different aircraft, very different role. The KC-135. such a classic shape, isn't it? The silhouette of this is something just iconic. I love it. Here we go. Beautiful. What a lovely blue sky. It's lovely, that. I might go and have a little quick break for lunch, and then I'll be back. Departure. I'm just keeping an eye on it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go and have a quick bite to eat. I might make another aircraft come out, and I'll see how it goes. I'll be right back. So here we go. I get to eat all my lunch, but so I was prepared just in case. Channel live here at RAF Mildenhall from the Nook campsite at Johns Field. A great place to spot. There's no more official aircraft viewing area. There used to be many years ago in the direction we're looking at now, but this is perfect, and we're so thankful to have it. And it is only just £2 per person, and there are opening times specific for aircraft viewing. Now, do abide by them. There are toilets for aircraft viewers as well, and the trailer that you've seen for an elevated view in case you forgot your ladders. But it is a chain link fence. A lot of people like to walk down the field to get a nice shot as they take off. got a bit of Cromwell coming in for some approaches in RAF Phenom, which we get quite often here, and Marham as well when we're there, along with Waddington as well. Just waiting for this Embraer Phenom. Now they're based at RAF Cranwell. The multi-engine training, which will then take the pilot onto 24 Squadron, the operational conversion unit at RAF Brize Norton. For the heavies, here we go. A 45 Squadron. Another departure coming up, here we go. Right, I shall continue with my lunch. I set on ADSB in case we get something else as well. Actually, saying that, I think we've still got the Phenom. Oh, the Phenom's gone. Yeah, because usually they a load of circuits. Another arrival. Oh, it's a nice break there, finally. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. We've got another arrival coming up, another KC-135. All is good. Now it's 351st Air Refeuling Squadron KC-135. One of the original 4 squadrons that flew B-17s in 1943 here in the UK, this in Suffolk at RAF Thorpe Abbott Station 139. Activated as a heavy bomber unit. They've earned themselves a distinguished unit citation and the French Croix de Guerre with a palm for actions. And it wasn't long after VE Day that Squadron returned back to the US, like many, became inactivated. Again, they flew the Triangle D. Their squadron markings were Echo Papa on their B-17s. Arriving at Thorpe Abbott's on the 9th of June 43. With its first combat mission on the 25th of June 1943, and very soon we'll be seeing them arrive with their KC-135. They are based here. They are renowned for many missions during their time at Thorpe Abbott's. It was on the 17th of August 43. Their target was the attack on the Messerschmitt Bf-109 factory. I think it was a 109 factory. And it was the Regensburg mission. And it was aimed at disrupting and causing massive impact on production of the 109s. It was the Regensburg mission was meant to have fighter escorts, but unfortunately it didn't happen. They missed the rendezvous and the wing formation proceeded unescorted to their target, and they were met with fierce fight from enemy fighters who were aiming at the low section called the box. The group lost 10 of the 21 Oi Oi Flying Fortresses, flown by the 100th Bomb Group. What they didn't know, unknown to them, and unknown to intelligence, they actually got a bonus target during that raid, because they actually destroyed almost all of the fuselage construction equipment for the German secret Me-262, which is a great story how they ended up finding that out. But rather than returning to England, the unit turned south and recovered at bases in North Africa, which a lot of missions, I think the successful Tirpitz raid of 9 and 617, I think they did that. I think they might have landed in Italy, you know, and then went off to Africa as well, which is why it was so confusing for the Tirpitz and the crew and the and Germany were like, how are they going to get back? And that was the way they did it. But anyway, back to the 351st, and it was from January to May 1944. The 351st engaged, just like the rest of the 100th Bomb Group, in attacking airfields, industrial targets such as ball bearing plants, and basically any factories that were manufacturing aircraft, marshalling yards, missile sites as well, V1 missile sites, and also took part in Operation Argument, which is dubbed and well known more by its nickname Big Week, which is from the 20th to the 25th. 5 days of non-stop, day to night, 24-hour bombing in February of 44, and it was a build-up to D-Day. A lot of raids pre-D-Day to assist with D-Day, so you know, trying to disrupt as many aircraft factories as possible. But that's an interesting one from the 351st, attacking the 109 factory, and ended up, actually unknown to them, bombing the equipment for the Me-262s. The 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived here in February 1992. I'd like to say Valentine's Day for some reason. How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady bears, hope we're all good. So yeah, that's the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. It's the legacy of the 100th. And that's where the legacy began at Thorpe Abbotts with the bloody 100th nickname. Half of the 1st Bombardment Division losses consisted of a dozen 100th bombers. The 40 B-17s lost 177 planes due to enemy action. Now, once the VE Day happened, it returned back to the US in 45, became inactivated, but the squadron again activated as a reserve in Orlando Army Air Base, Florida. That was on the 17th of July 47, and they were again assigned to the 100th group. And the unit was reactivated as the group, the 100th bomb group, started to get wing status, and in January 56, it didn't happen until 58 when it was official, but the 351st actually deployed to RAF Brize Norton, and they were operating the B-47 Stratojets, and it was, equipped with new swept wing B-47 Stratojets, and the squadron flew them for about a decade by mid-1960s. They did become obsolete, and the squadron began to send its Stratojets to the AM ARC at Davis Monothan Air Base, Arizona. That's the Aerospace Maintenance and Regeneration Group. But the unit reactivated once more after a few years. They became inactivated on the 25th of June 1966, and they were one of the last B-47 squadrons, the 351st. And the unit reactivated here at Mildenhall in Suffolk, in the United Kingdom. Here we are on the 31st of March 1992, operating the KC-135 Stratotanker. Sounds interesting. Yes, so the actual wing arrived on the 1st of February 1992. Just trying to work out where I got the Valentine's Day, the 14th of Feb. You know when you got dates and just can't match up what happened on that date. Never mind, I'll leave it at that. How we doing? Almost 1,000 likes. Now, the United States Air Force in Europe, which is what, so the 100th Air Refueling Wing is one of the units under the 3rd Air Force, and the HQ is at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. And I mentioned yesterday about the United States Air Force and how it evolved technically from the mighty 8th It's a lot more complex in some ways than that, but nevertheless. And teddy bears. Yeah. Yeah, so it was really interesting. The changes in strategy. Don't forget that how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I mean, I could make a whole video talking about these, so I'm just going to try and rest some of the pictures. The whole video on the mighty 8th and the evolution of tactics. I mean, there's so much expansion. I'll tell you what I'll get. Well, let me get you a B-17 while we're here, actually. Which I haven't shown on our show today, which, yeah, so, you know, don't forget these men were fully training. We're talking about the US Army Air Force, fully training for daylight bombing. The RAF, you have to remember what the RAF had as, you know, in bomber command at the time. You had to remember that Hamdens, Blenheims, very aging Blenheims, you know, and Wellingtons, twin engine bombers. Did they have enough range to do the job? They tried with the Avro Manchester, but that had its own problems. So there was a lot of World War II Germany that really, they didn't really see any of the war. They didn't really see anything, you know, from 1941 until April 1942, when they did get to see something. And you know, you've got to remember that Hitler and Goring were so confident that they couldn't get to. It's one thing getting to Germany and Berlin. I mean, they didn't even thought about that. But they had in their minds that the RAF didn't really have anything to get them back. So you have to realise that at one point you've got the largest air force that was made in secrecy in the world. I mean, France had a pretty reasonable air force as well in World War I. and the Luftwaffe were building. They were, under the Treaty of Versailles, under, a peace treaty to stop them rearming. But Goring got into control. He was made the Air Minister, chief, like marshal, so to speak, of the ministry. And he basically, they weren't allowed. They were forbidden to rearm. So what he did, he made civilian aircraft, but they were dubbed civilian, but they weren't. They were actually, he built the largest air force the world had ever seen. It's quite scary when you look at it, but you got to remember what you got. You got to understand what have you got. And so the of course the B-24 Liberator was made in was the most produced bomber of the United States Army Air Force at the time, and then I can't remember how many they made of the B-17. I think it was something like I actually can't remember how many B-17s they made, to be honest. They made was it 17,000? Was it about 17,000 B-17s? I'm just going to check for you now. But they were operating the B-17s, and they were learning and training for daylight missions. And of course, the Royal Air Force were doing daylight missions. But this is where the Air Ministry needed a 4-engine bomber, something that could be defended, something that could, 12,000. Not bad, 12,731. That wasn't a bad guess. Pretty cool. I think the Liberator was at 18,000 or something, and we had our Vickers Wellington, the most produced, 11,461. Anyway, look, without going into the stats of that kind of thing. Returning. Oh, okay. So we might have another arrival, which is pretty cool. So we got our B-17 here again. For those who don't know, called the Flying Fortress. That was, that nickname was taken when 18,500. That's not bad. Not a bad guess. So the B-17s was nicknamed from a reporter. Actually, he said, "God, that looks like a flying fortress." It never had a name at the time, and it was given that name. So Boeing took it and thought, "Yeah, we'll have that." We called it the Flying Fortress. Now, these men were training over in the US too. They were even dubbed and said that they can drop a bomb in a pickle barrel. Okay, that's how confident they were. But tactics and training and actually doing it in the battlefield are completely different things. When they arrived, and I'll tell you about the evolution, and I'll tell you a few stories. I mean, Curtis LeMay, when the B-17s were flying to their targets by day, I mean, they never experienced flak at the time. And don't forget the 15th, I'll tell you about the 15th Bomb Squadron Light, who were the first to actually take part. And then you got the 97th as well, and I'll tell you about that in just a moment. But when they took their B-17s over targets, they were going to experience flak. Don't forget their training; they never had anything fire back at them. And flak is, it's quite deadly. The 88 mil, it took down a lot of aircraft and damaged a lot of aircraft. We got to understand tactics will only evolve when things go right or wrong, but usually when things go wrong that you start implementing things. So one of the first things they encountered as they were going into the targets, a lot of the pilots were naturally, as you would do, try to avoid and go in a zigzag. But what good is that if you've got your target set and then you're going to have to zigzag, away from getting shot at from anti-aircraft fire. If you were to get like a string and actually do the route of the B-17 just trying to avoid and then expand it, it's quite long as opposed to going in a straight line. Curtis LeMay said that needs to stop. Yes, what he was trying to implement, the fact that if you're weaving in a zigzag, one, the targets were missed. Two, you're actually in enemy fire for longer than going in a straight line, which then got to the point of that beautiful sun. They did it so that when they came into attack, that they came this way towards the sun. Sorry, my bad. Trying to get the perspective right. They made sure that the sun was behind them, okay, so that when enemy fire happened, the enemies were firing into the sun. Does that make sense? So they made sure, a bit like photographers, we like the sun behind us so we could, you know, have better light. And that was another tactic that LeMay thought, this needs to be done. So as long as the sun was behind them, okay, and then the enemy fire would be pointing at the sun, so the guys you know, firing the anti-aircraft weaponry will be, you know, would make a hard job trying to shoot them down. So that was another thing that was done. Now, the Augsburg raid is such a turning point that I mentioned on the 17th of April 1942. And it was, I've actually got a card of it, actually. I bought a little picture so I can show you it. But it was it's 14 in total, 7 Lancasters, but one each was spare. So it was 6 each. One set of 6 from 44 Squadron, led by Squadron Leader John Nettleton, who was awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions and valour to do this raid. And the other 6 came from Woodhall Spa 97 Squadron, and that was led by Squadron Leader John Sherwood. And the idea was to have them sort of apart, okay, just not closing the gap too much, but the, again, tactics. It was 2 flights of 3 in a Vic formation, that little triangle, that V shape, shall we say. And, you know, Air Chief Marshal Harris was confident. Air Marshal Harris was so confident that the Lancasters, with its 4 engines, and, you know, 303s, well, 303s really were pretty much not really to shoot down aircraft, but anyway. But they felt confident that they had enough firepower on these to shoot down enemy aircraft. However, it was proven wrong. With even a diversion rate of 100 Spitfires with a few Bostons, with a few Bostons to, you know, to spook the German Luftwaffe, the JG2. They were a force to be reckoned with. But it was the first time they ever encountered a Lancaster. That's right, 1942. They were a bit like, not sure about that one. You know what? They actually took down 4. They weren't even in Germany. Now, Augsburg is a nice little, you know, I think, was it the home of Mozart? Am I right in thinking Augsburg was the home of Mozart? I could be. I don't know why I threw that in. It just occurred to me. But what was the point of Augsburg? The point of Augsburg was this: literally, go back to the Battle of Atlantic. We're an island. That's fine. We're naturally defended. The problem is U-boats and wolf packs of U-boats were actually downing and sinking our merchant ships. Now, it's only so long before you're going to run out of steel, supplies and all that kind of stuff. They needed to come from other countries. Now, it was a bit like the old catch-22 of having a castle, nice and defended. Well, we'll just surround it. A castle under siege can only last so long for those that are defending to think, oh dear, we've run out of food, right? Same sort of thing. So Hitler's plan was to starve Britain, and the way to do that was, you know, to completely take down any merchant ships. U-boats were the issue, and there was a U-boat engine or a U-boat plant in the Marne, Marne, I think they make lorries today, don't they? Anyway, they were at Augsburg, and the plan was to bomb it, to halt disrupt the production of them. So with 12 of these, 6 from 97 and 6 leading the way, number 44. But sadly, 4 were shot down. Well, 4 were lost on that before they even got to Augsburg. They were over France and they were met with JG, a crackpot squadron number 2, who took down 4. 1 did crash land, but 21 men lost, just like that. It's 4 Lancasters lost. And Nettleton was told that, you know, if the mission is going to be a failure before you get to Germany, to turn back. Yeah, right. RAF Bomber Command, World War II men. I don't think so. They had that press on, going to keep going. 2 managed to survive from that first 6 of 44 Squadron, and completely untouched. Further away, about 10 minutes behind, was was Sherwood's 6 Lancasters. They weren't seen. Luckily, they weren't seen. So that diversion actually stirred up a hornet's nest, by the way. They used to do these spoof diversion, like fake attacks. They did do a little attack, but it wasn't the real thing. You know, they thought with 100 Spitfires, that would be enough to make them think that this was a proper good mission. They were better off having the 100 Spitfires protect the 12 Lancasters. But anyway, such is history. The 2 that actually got to Augsburg, the first, so Nettleton managed to drop his bombs. I think there were 500-pound delayed bombs, and just behind Garwell was shot and his aircraft was on fire, but he managed to drop his bombs on the target with a Lancaster in total dire straits. His aircraft crashed, but he managed to bail. They managed to get out. 3 survived, including Garwell. 3 perished, but 4 survived, including in Garwell. Sorry. So only 1 of 44 Squadron actually got through. Meanwhile, 10 minutes later, the problem is, don't forget, Augsburg weren't really. They were having a party at the time. I think they were having some celebration. They had the sirens, but I was reading some stories that some of them were like, seriously, an air raid? Yeah. You know, it's the same old thing. You're in a supermarket. I used to work in a supermarket. The fire alarm would go off. Customers are still shopping away with their trolleys. And I'm like, there's a fire. And they're like, la, la, la. I'm like, oh, gosh, here we go. There's a fire. Can we leave? You know, and maybe it's that scenario. Anyway, now Sherwood came along and he was totally obliterated, and his Lancaster was in a ball of fire and crashed. Now, call it fate, divine intervention, whatever you want to call it. The impact actually catapulted him out of the Lancaster. The other 5 went to attack again, and one of them was shot down as well. So only 4 of 97 Squadron's Lancasters managed to. He was born in Augsburg. Another. Wow, Rudolf Diesel. Wow. Anyway, so. Nettleton's Lancaster completely badly damaged. All the navigation systems were absolutely shattered. They didn't actually land at Waddington, so that must have been a very sad, chilling sight. But they did land at Blackpool. The other 4 that managed to survive from 97 Squadron managed to get back to Woodhall Spa. Now, the raid the raid didn't really go too well, but it did prove a point. And Chief Air Marshal Harris said, look, they now know we can do it. But that was the turning point where, you know, bombing raids of such would only be carried now at night, because they were already having severe consequences with the Hamden bombers. And so therefore they switched. Now, meanwhile, the United States Army Air Force were like, we're not doing nighttime. We've been training for daytime. There are pros and cons, yeah. I've always said about the moon can be your friend or your enemy. Daylight, you can see your target, but then so they can see you as well. They really thought they had the firepower, and they did to an extent. But the problem was they were seen too, and had many losses. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit of background about our US. Let me just put that there. Now, the evolution, or shall we say the lineage of the 8th Air Force really goes hand in hand. It's a little bit more detailed, a little bit more complex to link the United States Air Forces in Europe, but we have to go back to the 15th of January 1941. It was called the First Aviation Objective. There were 54 activations, and one of them was indeed the 48th Fighter Bomb Group Light. All right, they had a little L in brackets. Just a year later, 19th of January 1942, the 8th Air Force established as the 8th Bomber Command. Now, the reason for that aviation objective to happen in the first place, 1, World War II was already happening. 2, America was neutral, but they knew something was looming, especially with Japan, and then literally 11 months later, we all know what happened at Pearl Harbor. So it was implemented to put something in place. You can't just wait around for the worst day to happen and then think, oh dear, we got nothing ready. On the 1st of February 1942, they activated at Langley Field, Virginia. All right. So the 8th Air Force was established as 8 Bomber Command, but they were activated at Langley Field the next month. Now, on the 10th of February 1942, they were reassigned and moved to an Army air base in Georgia. And again, they made all these preparations to move units into the UK. Now, at that time, they had the earlier B-17s. Eventually, they would have the E and right up to the G. And then on the 23rd of February 1942, the advanced detachments were established. Now, a month later, it's the Augsburg raid that I talked to you about. Now, it was a devastating blow to the losses, but it was boosting morale that they could do it. Now, in February of 1942, 23rd to be exact, the 8th Bomber Command of the United States Army Air Corps, they moved near RAF Bomber Command at RAF Dawes Hill near High Wycombe. And on the 9th of June 1942, the 97th Bomb Group arrived at Polebrook and split their 4 squadrons, 2 and 2. 2 went to Polebrook and 2 went to Grafton Underwood. So that was Station 106 for Underwood and 110 for Polebrook. And it was on the 4th of July 1942, the first raid of 8th Bomber Command took place. Now, they took part with 6 RAF Boston Douglases. Now, they are A-20s. They're Douglas A-20 Havocs. Similar situation to the Boeing Fortress, which is a B-17. And again, the Boeing Washington was a B-29. The RAF designated it as a Douglas Boston. So although they were US airmen, they were using RAF's A-20 Havoc, which were called the Bostons. But they also used 6. There was also 6 RAF 6 Bostons of the RAF 226 Squadron that also. So it was a 6 US Air Force, Army Air Force, and 6 Royal Air Force between the two. And it was the 15th Bomb Squadron Light that actually did the first raid of 8th Bomber Command. But on the 17th of August 1942, from Grafton Underwood, Station 106, by the way, I do a lost airfield on this, it was the first all-American raid, and it was 12 B-17s, and the target was to attack marshalling yards at the Rouen Setterville. The lead aircraft was indeed Butcher's Shop, and it was piloted by Colonel Frank Armstrong, and the co-pilot was the squadron commander of the 340th, who was Captain P.W. Tibbets. Now, if you know who that is, he not only then technically dropped the first 8th Bomber Command, which was going to be called the 8th Air Force. Not only did he drop the first bombs on an all-American, but he also kind of finished everything in Japan, because we all know that he flew Enola Gay to Hiroshima. And also in the flight of a B-17E, which is what they had, was Yankee Doodle, co-piloted by 2nd Lieutenant John R. Dowswell, and pilot was Captain Rudolph Emil Ruddy Flack, and who was the squadron commander of the 414th. Also on board was the Brigadier General Ira C. Eaker. He was the commander of the 8th Bomber Command. And on the 22nd of February 1944, this was a time for redesignating things. And, you know, we're already in the 1 year of having the US Army Air Forces here. The commands were changed to US Strategic Air Forces in Europe. Okay, so the U stuff. This is where it all started to change and fall into place. And 8 Bomber Command was then redesignated to the 8th Air Force, and that's where it all started to change. And it was in August that the U staff was redesignated to USAFE. Okay, so there is an evolution, and there were other air forces that kind of put in together, and it was assigned. Now the mighty 8th, as they were nicknamed, were assigned to the 8th Fighter and 8th Air Air Support Command. So you've got quite a bit. And the point that I made about Operation Argument, which was Big Week, it was really important. Now don't forget, it was clockwork bombing. What that means is that you've got the mighty 8th bombing by day, and then at night was the Royal Air Force. So constant, absolute obliteration. And it was a lead up, and it was quite important because they already had D-Day in their minds. Okay, they already had that Overlord mission, Neptune, and you know they had that. But what they did, there was even Operation Glimmer, which happened the night before. There was also an operation from North Witham, a secret mission for the Rebecca, the Eureka and the Rebecca antennas that were done. And man, these guys, there's something else to be dropped over enemy lines, you know what I mean? But, you know, it was fascinating because Big Week, the plan was to completely halt any extra aircraft being built in production. So it was literally bombing all these aircraft factories. It was really such an important raid to do so. And then through the era of USAFE, you had the likes of General Carl Spaatz, who returned to England and commanded U Staff. There was Major General Jimmy Doolittle of the 15th Air Force. There was Lieutenant Ira C. Eaker. And Doolittle's directive was win the air war and isolate the battlefield. And then, you know, Big Week was really, really important. Like I said, it was from the 20th to the 25th of February 1944, and the RAF bombed Leipzig with 823 aircraft, to give you that kind of idea. And that's what it started. So the RAF began Big Week, and it was on the night of the 19th, if that makes sense, into the early hours of the 20th. The 8th Air Force had 1,000 B-17s and B-24s and 800 fighters to go with that. The RAF provided P-51 Mustangs and Spitfires for escorting, and they bombed a series of 12 aircraft factory, such as Ju-88 plants, FW-190 and BF-109. In that week, or 5 days, the losses were 131 RAF bombers, 226 United States Army Air Force bombers, and 28 fighters. 2,000 men were either lost or captured. In that was 262 German fighters destroyed, the loss of 250 aircrew casualties, with 100 pilots of the Luftwaffe killed in action. And then they even attacked the Big B, which was Berlin. The RAF made that another, you know, although they were making general night raids, they did do some nuisance raids, which I always tell you about the story at RAF Marham, because I love that story with the mosquitoes. And then, of course, they took part in D-Day. We're talking about 1,300, you know, way over 1,300 sorties just on that one day, with a total of 26,000. This is end of the war. 26,000 of the 8th Air Force men were killed. 6,200 aircraft lost and 28,000 captured. And then, you know, the legacy lives on to here. You've got the battle. You've got the Strategic Air Command, Korean War, Vietnam, you name it, the USAFE, and it's still going today. So when we speak about Lakenheath changing over from 1948, here it was a Royal Air Force Base right up to 1950 to 58. They were joint. There was a joint operation similar to Brize Norton. And in 59, it was solely operated by the United States Air Force in Europe. Okay, so there's 10 units of the USAFE, one of them being the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano as well. There is the 100th Air Refueling Wing. I don't think the 352nd Special Operations Wing are under the, because I think they're under a different command. I think they're under the Special Forces. With that, I'm just going to look. We've got an arrival. My phone's been going crazy. Sorry, let me just have a look at ADSB quickly. I'm just having a look at ADSB quickly. Just really, yeah, because sorry, I didn't finish. They're part of AFSOC, the 352nd, so I don't think they're part of USAFE. But it is, they do support the US European Command. I don't think they're part of the I don't think they're part of USAC, or are they? Am I completely wrong on that? I might be wrong. But I think they're under the under AFSOC, part of Europe Command. I think the wing. I'll tell you what I do know is the 352nd. As far as I know, they're the only wing. I think they're the only wing that operate in Europe. Yeah, thanks Perry, that is a really good point actually. If you want to put that into perspective of all the aircraft losses, if you go to the Imperial War Museum in Duxford, very good, have a look at the glass panels that they've got, and that's just to put you into perspective of every single aircraft that had been lost of the United States Army Air Force. So I think we're going to finish up with one more and looks like another KC-135 on its way. I'm glad I remembered about Mozart. that was an interesting one. So yeah, we're just going to catch this arrival and NASA's done for the day, ladies, gents. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been good fun. It's always nice and fun to have you with us. Well, I say that, things are going on over here, hang on. Okay, we may not be going just yet. course, a very happy birthday to our very own Davey.
Go, Teddy, Teddy! Go, Teddy, Teddy, we're good!
Did you just hear that? That's awesome. So the APU's running on there. Hang on a minute. I don't know if we're going anywhere just yet. So yeah, there you go, some happy airmen from the base just gone past. Right, so we got a bit of flashy on that CV-22 Osprey, so I guess we're not going anywhere. Ui, ui.
Storm 1154, passing 1000, climbing at 2000.
Well, let's see what we're gonna get here with this. Cool. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Engine start has been approved on something, but there we go. So we had a question here about what the numbers mean from Bruce, who's asked about what does 19R mean on runways. Now, the world, our planet, has a magnetic field around it, yeah? So, electromagnetic field. So, but I know it sounds a little bit complicated at first, but we've got an electromagnetic field, a combination of electric and magnetic fields. The iron below our feet is going round creating a magnetic field, and we've got like a North Pole. Now, if you get a compass, it's pointing to magnetic north. Now, because underneath our feet everything is actually moving, magnetic north can actually change. All right, it's the field around it, and magnetic north can actually change. Now, I'll tell you what I've just got, just to show you. Is the magnetic declination right now. But before I get to this, now I'm not making it complicated. I just want you to just a little few basics about a compass. Now, Mildenhall, its magnetic declination is 1.2 degrees. Look at this, and it changes all the time. I don't know if you can see that. Right here, it's a plus 1.2 degrees. It changes all the time. Now, imagine it moved to 4 or plus 5 or minus 5. Now, here's what we're going to do. We need our compass to understand a little bit about level headings and directions and where you're going, but trust me, it's not complicated. I'm just adding a little bit of background this time so you can understand it a bit more. Here's my compass. Okay, it doesn't work very well upright and next to electrical items. You know, it can start, you know, if I move it closer to the camera, it starts moving all over the place because there are electronics inside it that affects it. And in fact, if you were to get a phone, if I could to get my phone, it starts moving around, doesn't it? Look, there you go, and then move it away. It goes all weird, doesn't it? Usually, well, usually does that. It's a bit stuck. Right, so the bearings on a compass right up to 360 degrees, right? Okay, but it's not that complicated. I just want you to understand the way a compass works, okay? It points to magnetic north, so if we're going to go for a walk, we're going to line that up and then we can be on our way. All right, we're not here to talk to you about how to work a compass and how to navigate. I just want you to understand the way north points on a compass to magnetic north, and then you've got geographic north and true north. Right, here's what we're going to do. Really easy. Here we go. It's time for Pocket Mildenhall. Right, there's our short Sterling at 2.8. And there's our Vickers Wellington at runway 10. Now, same strip. Okay, I'm going to try and change this today. Same strip, it's got one runway, all right, with two numbers on it. Okay, so when you say how many runways an aerodrome's got, we will say that it's got one runway, and the runway numbers are 28 and 10. Here's the fun bit, all right. Now this isn't going to totally work completely because I've got one hand and I've just lost my compass. Here we go. These are actually directions of travel on your compass, all right. So you can try this at home as well. It's quite fun with the kids. Find out what runway number your driveway would be. Yeah, all you got to do is take a bearing. So I'm going to match that up. There's north there. I'm going to match that up. Right, I've got a compass bearing. Right, we're going to pretend we're this short Sterling bomber here. Yeah, now I've got a compass bearing of 282 degrees. All right, I've got 282 degrees. This Sterling is pointing 282 degrees. It's pointing west, 282 degrees, right? However, we've got 28 here. What does this mean? All you've got to do is round it off to the nearest 10, which is 280. And you take off the last digit, leaving you 28. But you don't pronounce it 28. Please don't do that. It's runway 28. Same again on this side. Look at this. I'm going to get my compass. I'm going to take a little reading. And it's pointing east in an easterly direction. And it's got 102 degrees. But why is it 10? All you got to do, round it off the nearest 10, which is 100. 102. Nearest is 100, right? Take off the last digit, leaving you 10. So basically, you know, this is heading east 100 degrees. This is heading west 28 degrees. 280 degrees, sorry. 280 degrees, all right? That's how you get the number. Round it off the nearest 10. Well, take a compass bearing and round it off the nearest 10. Now, that declination I just showed you, what did we get? 282 degrees, didn't we? What if it jumped 4 degrees next year? East, all right, or west, whichever way you want to go. It would affect it. Say, for example, a year later, we measured 286 degrees. What is the nearest 10 now? It's 290. Take off the last digit, leaving you 29. There we go. So it's now runway 29, which means if you go over here, you're going to get 106 degrees this time because it was +4. So what does that mean? Round off the nearest 10. It's 110. Take off the last digit, leaving you 11. So a question that I get asked, why aren't they called runway 282 and 102? Because it sounds like instructions of a level heading when an aircraft's turning. All right, now Bruce said, what about the R? Well, if you had two runways exactly parallel to each other, you then call it 28 left and 28R. all right? It will have a big letter L and a big letter R. Same on the other side, it will be runway 10R and 10L, all right? What if you had 3 runways? What if you had 3 runways? You will call one 28L, 28C, and 28R. Does that make sense? And then on the other side, it will be 10L, 10C, 10R. However, there's one thing I forgot to tell you as well, which I totally forgot what I was going to say now. What was I going to say? I totally forgot. And if you've got 4 runways parallel, you have. Goodness me, what was that? Hang on. So I've just been attacked by something. This bug. If you've got 4 runways, then you kind of have to cheat. You kind of have to call one number down. So it'll be 27. Now you'll notice there's a difference of 18 because you've gone 180 degrees the other way. There you go, pocket Mildenhall right there. Oh, what was that? So, here's the thing, the more north you are, the worse it is. And listen, this is why you get maps every year or two, because magnetic north changes. Because if you went for a walk, remember, even if it's 3 degrees out, if you were to walk a whole mile and did not set your compass to the declination, because don't forget, those blue lines that go down, they're called north lines, and you can match your compass to it. But the thing is, those are printed to true north, or geographic north, not magnetic north, and you have to set the declination. So if it was a declination of plus 3 degrees, when you walk that 1 mile and you haven't changed your compass, you will be out by 300 feet to where you were supposed to go. If you walk for 2 miles, you'll be out 600 feet, etc. Which is why it's really important that you do so, and that's why they bring out a map. So tomorrow that magnetic declination will be different. It will be completely different because it's constantly moving as we speak. So once runway numbers have changed, they need to scrub them out and repaint them. The more north you are, the worse it is. So in Canada, they actually use true north because it keeps changing all the time. Because it's so responsive, being very north. It's our CV-22 Osprey has just started up as well. So because it's runway 28, when this KC-135 is level with that runway, you know it's pointing 280 degrees roughly. So runway numbers literally are direction of travel. Yeah, so if you got 4 runways, I think LAX has 4 runways, it'd have to be 1 number down, so you'll have 27 LNR and 28 LNR, for example. This could be just flexing though, mine, sadly, so it's one thing getting a start up from it. soon. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see, it was just flexing. Right, let's have a look at this. It's just running in now, this KC-135. Yeah, so the CV-22, yeah, was just flexing, I think. Don't think it's going to be departing, sadly, but there we go. Right, just about see the little scintillation of the oh dear, of the landing light of the KC-135 in the distance there now. Thanks a lot for getting us to 1,000 likes as well. You know how it is. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think a lot of the KC-135s have been upgraded to have the equipment to be able to have the capability of being air-to-air refueled. There is actually a variant called the RT, but there are a few of the older airframes that have had the upgrade. The only way to spot that is the where the boomstick will go on the top, just behind the cockpit, of course. You can hear those Honeywell engines. Sorry, Rolls-Royce T406s. It's another approach. Thinking of Chinook. Sorry, I'm get some water. Just heard the Rolls-Royce T406 do another start-up. And I think he's flexing again. In the tripod, it's not really a good idea. So a true attribute for any pilot. A good pilot is always training. A military pilot is on a different level, always training in any scenario. Hello, what's going on here? It's moving. Beautiful. Meanwhile, well, things have changed, haven't they? Well, I was meant to go a good hour ago, but things started to happen. So another approach probably coming up. Now the pilot is practicing a series of approaches, low approaches, combining into a series of run, brakes and go-arounds, of course. So they'll request a tower for the option, which is literally a discrepancy. With discretion to the pilot to have either a touch and go, a low approach, or a particular type of approach to train. Remember, touch and goes and low approaches are crucial, especially in emergencies as well. Even if in the real world the pilot just lines it up a little bit wrong, they will have that true natural instinct just to go around. No shame in a go around. So the aircraft is now on final. When it was just literally to my 3 o'clock, that was downwind. So this is the circuit or the pattern. And then the base leg. Here we go, final gear down, here we go. Also with the co-pilot, it does allow for additional training for the co-pilot as well. This looks like another approach to me. Let's have a look. Certainly is. Oh, God. Just dropped altitude like that. That's brilliant. Nicely done, and land. Wow, that really just dropped that altitude. It looked like a low approach. There we go. Is this All-American Girl? What's going on here? Oh, shot! Look at this! So if there's an aircraft that was in front and it had an issue, it burst a tyre, or if a vehicle got stuck, stranded, an animal, the pilot can initiate a touch and go or a low approach, especially if they got that wrong, which then lead into a go around back into downwind, and we'll either, depending on the severity in the real world, it will go out into holding and then come back to land. Touch and goes also give the pilots extra training on takeoff and landing in one sortie. This looks like a touch and go. It is. Oh yeah. Oh, keep it low. Been in a touch and go before. Oh yes, it was an experience and a half. Coming back from Crete, an aircraft that was coming into land burst a tyre, and the debris, obviously FOD, and we were just on final approach, and obviously, well, we don't have that luxury of being told that we're gonna, you know, just quickly do a touch and go. It was instinct from the pilot, and we were literally about to land, and the pilot just pulled it up, and instantly there was screams, green faces, and me, you know, coming back from holiday, I was privy to, you know, having some happy juice, and I was loving it, man. And then obviously the pilot just told us what was going on. They had to go into like a holding pattern until they cleared or checked the runway for fog. It was brilliant. But that's another scenario. So, you know, if pilots don't train for touch and go, pilots don't train for low approaches, how would they then be good? Because that is exactly what a touch and go is. Perfect. See you, man. Take care. We always see ya. Bye. It's just downwind, and let's see what we got. So it was nice to see the Osprey come back as well. Don't often see it come back. It usually goes out for a long period of time. So it's always good to get a short sortie like that for us anyway. So the pilots will request option, which gives the pilot the option, literally, to choose for a low approach, touch and go. It's at their discretion, and the reasons for that is the fact that the airspace is clear, for them to initiate their training. And we see this day in, day out with small fighter jets, even though they're not small, but compared to this, your lot. Nicely done. There we go, a lovely way to end the day here at Mildenhall. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March to you, man. Thank you very much. And Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Hazel Stevenson, high five and a Guards March. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And Neil Osborne as well with 32 months membership. Thank you, Nikos, Ted and Spanner Flight. Thank you very much. David Patrick, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Leah, thank you very much for your 3 months. What a lovely community you all are. Stephen Mann with 13 months. Another month of this wonderful feed. Thank you very much. Well, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I hope you all enjoyed that. Only an hour and a half from when I was predicted to finish, but things happen and that's the way it is. I love it. Thank you very much for joining us today on this wonderful day here at RAF Mildenhall. An amazing, amazing time. I hope you've all enjoyed it. RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much. All units, all wings, all squadrons. Yeah. And of course, all our viewers and members, thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you very much, fans and members, thank you so much for supporting our channel. This is your one and only Ted Coningsby channel and the last of the month. I know, right? It's our last stream of the month, so oh, it's the first tomorrow. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator and historian as well, and this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for the month, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya! Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.